Come to order. Stand this morning as we are led in prayer. The gentlelady from DeSoto, Representative Remack, will introduce our guest minister who will pray for us, and then please remain standing for the pledge. Lady from DeSoto.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Please help me welcome Dr. Corey Kepshield. He's been faithfully serving the Lord in ministry since 1998. He's a pastor with Clearview Baptist Church in South Haven, Mississippi. Under Pastor Kepshield's leadership, the church has seen tremendous growth, built numerous buildings, and seen multitudes of lives change. He is actively involved in his community and local chamber of commerce. He and his wife Kelly have been married for 25 years and they have 4 sons. Today I welcome Dr. Corey Kepshield, his wife Kelly, and their son Daniel. Please help me welcome them. Pastor Kepshield, would you lead us in prayer?
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we are grateful for the country in which you have given us. Thank you for the freedoms that we enjoy. Thank you for these in our state and in our capital that lead us. And we ask, Lord, that you'll give them wisdom as they rule, as they govern and make decisions. I pray as they close this session and this season that you'll help them to do so in a timely order. And Lord, we thank you most importantly for your Son, Jesus Christ, and his blood that gives us salvation. I pray that the day would be blessed, and it would bring honor and glory to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. Remack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a recognition.
You're recognized.
I would like to recognize the group in the in the South Gallery. This is a group that Pastor Kepshield brought. These are students at Clearview Baptist Church. If you'll stand, please, and let's make them welcome.
Welcome, young people.
Welcome to your capital. And on the north side, we have a group of Republican ladies that are my sisters, and they're from Covington, Madison, Rankin, Leake, Simpson, Hines, and Winston counties. Please stand, ladies. Let's make them welcome. They're here today to support the SAFER legislation.
Welcome, ladies. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would, in the North Gallery, we got one young lady up there that's a native of Marion County, Columbia, Mississippi, Miss Kathy Henry. If you would, give her a round of applause.
Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very special guest down here on the House floor with me today. She is the president of the Winston County Republican Women's Party, and she is the state chaplain for the Mississippi Federation of Republican Women. Please help me make welcome this very special lady, my mother, Jane Wood.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you back there. We need a referee, somebody in charge back there a lot of days. We're glad to have some authority back there. Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The North Gallery above my head, if you'll help me make welcome some of my favorite ladies from Covington County, Miss Vicki Little, Diane Pickering, and Rosie Jackson.
Welcome. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say one of these lovely Republican women up here is my daughter, Blakely Yancey. Please help me make her welcome.
Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen in the North Gallery, I have two of my fine Republican ladies from Simpson County, Miss Lisa Gibbons and Miss Ruby Ainsworth.
Welcome. All right, I don't see any further introductions. We will go to the calendar. I believe Chairman of Appropriations had a few items he was ready to take up. I recognize the gentleman from Jackson, Chairman of Appropriations. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to page 2 on the Appropriations calendar. Item number 18, and recognize the gentleman from Oxford, the chairman of Judge C, to explain the report.
Gentleman from Lafayette, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senate Bill 3162. This is an appropriation to the Department of Mental Health, Children and Youth Psychiatric Residential Treatment Facility. Section 1 deals with the spending its capital expense funds going to the Department of Mental Health to enter into an agreement with Canopy Children's Solutions for the construction and renovation of the CARES Center, including the Children and Youth Psychiatric Residential Treatment Facility for trauma. Section 2 just outlines the agreement between DMH and Canopy. They will provide 2/3 of the beds to the Department of Mental Health and CPS. Section 3 just states that the funds will be used for the facility, not for salaries. And last but not least, it's effective upon passage. That's an explanation of the report, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you.
Yes, sir.
How much money are we giving these individuals?
We are $20 million.
You said how much?
$20 million out of CapEx.
We're giving them $20 million.
Correct.
To do what with?
They're going to renovate and build the CARES Center out on the campus of Canopy for the Department of Mental Health and CPS.
And where is this facility going to be located?
It is located on West Street, just west of Millsaps.
The one in Jackson, the one that's located in Jackson.
In Jackson.
All right,
that's correct.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's go to page 4, item number 10, and recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, chairman of Appropriations, to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Senate Bill 2848 Conference Report. There's several sections in here, and I'm going to go through those individually. Section 1 authorizes the state fiscal officers to transfer interest and investment earnings on the coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund into the state fiscal recovery fund on July 1 of this year. Section 2 brings forward the code sections for the skilled nursing home and hospital nurse retention loan repayment program and allows the program for any nursing graduates employed as a full-time LPN, RN at a skilled nursing home in the state of Mississippi. Section 3 brings forward the code sections for the Department of Health grant, the Rural Water Grant Program, and any new funds appropriated to this department after April will be distributed to the projects from the second round. If they cannot be obligated or expend the funds for the project, the department shall continue to move forward in the second round of grant awards in order that they were ranked for the grants. Section 4, all of these funds must be obligated by December the 31st. On October 1, 2024, the state fiscal officer will determine which agencies will not be able to obligate the fund. Additionally, if the agencies are not able to obligate the funds by October 1, they are to notify the state fiscal officer, and any funds that have not been obligated at that time shall transfer to the Department of Finance Administration for the purpose of administration of the program, and any remaining funds from that will be transferred to the MDOT maintenance program. Section 5 creates the MDOT maintenance program, and the transfer is in the amount of $120,908,506. Of that total amount, the transfer of $54.1 million from the coronavirus fund of the State Fiscal Recovery Loss Fund will go $50 million to MDOT, $3.5 million to Department of Public Safety, and $600,000 to the Supreme Courts. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further at this time, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir. We're hoping to have some, maybe somewhere between 10, 13 this afternoon. Just keep your fingers crossed.
Hoping to have them. What time, gentlemen? I thought you stated times. We couldn't hear you. You've got about 13 bills that you're still working on. When do you anticipate having those? I'm not rushing you. We're just trying to give the body. Gentleman states middle of the afternoon. Does any chairman have an item they wish to take up? Chairman of Ways and Means, do you have items to take up? He says yes. Gentleman from Tate, you're recognized. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll give me your attention, and in the South Gallery, we have a constituent of mine from the red carpet city of the South, that's Vicksburg, Mr. Steve Gray. Will you please stand, sir? Let's make him welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen. All right, gentleman from Tate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will go to item 3 on the Ways and Means in-conference calendar, and I explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
This is House Bill 1647. This is our state exchange bill. This is very similar language to what has already passed this body. We did work with the Department of Insurance and the Commissioner to fine-tune some language here and come back to you with the signed conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 3 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
The next item that we can take up now, Mr. Speaker, is 11, Senate Bill 2803.
You're recognized to explain the report.
So this is the gentleman from the coast, from Jackson. Representative Zuber is not here. This is his bill. I'll handle it for him, though. This is exactly the same. We did have to recommit this bill to take out some language for I believe it was the town or city of Morton, where there was some disagreement, but other than that, it's the same conference report that was previously filed that includes the areas that everybody had requested.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I would move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas, 5 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, I do believe that is all we could do today. We're working on some more conference reports, and hopefully we'll have those by tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, does any chairman have an item they wish to take up on the in-conference general bills? Gentleman from Covington, Chairman of Elections. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 8, Senate Bill 2144, and call up the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have refiled this, passed over here. This is the bill that would, let me tell you what it did first. So it would move runoffs from 3 to 4 weeks. We also included the language that passed over here almost unanimously, which would have made election commissioners nonpartisan, but we took out the language that the governor had a problem with in his previous veto. It passed over here 109 to 3, and it went over to the Senate and died spectacularly. Okay, so to save this bill for the circuit clerks and election commissioners, we have taken out the part that I believe most of the senators had an issue with, which was the nonpartisan election commissioners. So now all this bill does is back to moving runoffs from 3 to 4 weeks, which is at the request of the election commissioners and the circuit clerks. And I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
What language did the governor have a problem with?
In our original election commissioner nonpartisan bill, it had a provision that said that political parties could not contribute to election commissioner candidates nor endorse election commissioner candidates. And there was a federal court case that said that that is a infringement on First Amendment of political parties for free speech, and that was accidentally included in that bill, so he vetoed it because of that issue. But so we took that out, sent it over to the Senate, and it still died. So we're trying to save it for the remainder.
But initially, we passed it that way out of the House, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Would you yield, gentlemen?
Yes, ma'am.
Just for clarification, I'd like to ask this question. Now, what is the difference in if an outside group, because we preclude outside groups from contributing or even coming into the state involved in political activity, what is the difference if you can have that posture with elections commissioners? Why would we then say that it is not legal for outside groups to contribute?
I don't know off the top of my head, lady. That I'd have to do some research on case law on First Amendment, speech. I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that there was a federal case that said, we cannot restrict the free speech of political parties.
Okay, so I'm kind of glad to see y'all pass this, because maybe now somebody can now file a lawsuit so that they can stop that from occurring. So I think I might vote for this, Tim.
Thank you, lady.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 117 yeas, 2 nays, the report is adopted. Any other chairman have an item they wish to take up? I don't think he's taking it up. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Mr. Speaker, if we could go to the motion to reconsider calendar item 2, SB 2873, move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Anyone seeking recognition with regards to the gentleman's motion? Gentleman's motion is to table. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Mr. Speaker, also on the motion to reconsider calendar, item number 3, Senate Bill 3039, move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Anyone seeking recognition? Seeing none, we will put the motion. Gentleman's motion is to table Senate Bill 3039, the motion to reconsider. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any chairman have any other item they wish to take up this time? All right, Chairman of Appropriations informs us those reports won't be ready until after lunch at the earliest. So I will entertain announcements. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me wish a very happy birthday to my friend and colleague, the lovely lady from Lincoln.
Hey, happy birthday. I know what you want for your birthday, right? A sine die motion. You're going to have to hold that thought for at least a day, probably. But happy birthday, lady. We're glad you're celebrating it here with us. All right. Madam Clerk, do you have announcements?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rules will meet after recess in the rules room.
All right. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I believe the chairman of appropriations has a few bills we can take up. I recognize the gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader of the House, let's go to appropriations calendar. Item number 2, I recognize the gentleman from Neshoba, the chairman of appropriations, to explain the conference report.
That item 2 on your calendar, ladies and gentlemen, reflects that it's been recommitted, but it has been refiled today. Is that correct, gentlemen?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
All right. I'm sorry, gentlemen. You're recognized from Neshoba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the wildlife, fisheries, and parks. It comes in at $101,461,613, and this is an $18,071,000 increase in general funds over LBR base. And let me explain to y'all while we're on this where these are coming from. First of all, you've got your 2% salary progressions that we built into this, the PERS increase, and then the health insurance. That accounted for a small portion of it, but $7.1 million of that money that was over is to backfill on law enforcement salaries that we have been taking from parks through the years, parks in your area, to pay law enforcement. We're backfilling on, we're getting them up to speed, and we're using general fund money, and that money will go back into parks. And it's just something that we've been kicking the can down the road on for many, many years, and we're finally catching up. So that is where the biggest part of those general funds monies are coming from. We've got $10 million in capital expense funds. Let me explain where those are going. We've got $8.35 million going to the park improvements plan, $1,500,000 going to a renovation at the Museum of Natural Science. And let me tell you real quick, explain what that is. They are, in order to get bigger and better exhibits, the entrance to the actual building, they need a bigger entrance, so going to do some renovations there. We got road improvements at J.P. Coleman State Park at $75,000, and improvements at John Cowell State Park at $75,000. And that's a basic overview of the Department of Wildlife. So I'll be glad to take any questions.
Questions on the report. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I understand, I recall last year that there was $13 million in this budget to do some renovation over the floors buff. Now it's not in that budget. Where did that $13 million go?
Okay, that $13 million is not in this budget right here. That money is sitting over at DFA. There's, to my knowledge, gentlemen, there's been no action taken on that. It is my understanding from the Department of Wildlife that they could possibly be ready to utilize some of that money to get an engineering plan on all of that, but it is not in this money, but the money is still sitting at DFA.
So, gentlemen, are you aware there's 2 state parks that have had no renovations at them at all?
Gentlemen, if you say so, can you identify which 2 so I'll know?
The state park up in Holmes County and the state park in Washington County. Those 2 parks have not had any upgrades or anything done to them. So why would we put $13 million into, it's my understanding that $13 million was set aside to restore the golf course in LaFleur's Bluff that's in a flood zone. Is that true?
Gentlemen, that $13 million, according to the plan that I have heard, I have not seen a plan because there's not an engineered plan on that, okay? The plan I heard was to create a new golf course and do some improvements there in the whole of LaFleur's Bluff complex. Now, I will tell you, with this money that we are pulling from general funds and putting back into the parks that we've been taking out, all I can say is that I hope that with their parks improvement plan and with this excess money, or not excess money, but additional money that we're going to have put back into parks this year, that we can address some of these areas that we have not, where we have fallen short.
So are you agreeing with me that $13 million need to go into that plan for the upgrade?
I'm not agreeing with you, gentlemen. This legislature appropriated that money last year, and it's sitting over DFA, but there is not an engineered plan. So I don't know what's going to happen to that.
So now we're just storing up money in different agencies to do whatever lolly-dolly we want to do when their needs and other places in the state?
Gentlemen, that $13 million last year was put into it was called, I think, a tourism complex at LaFleur's Bluff. There was no plans with it or anything else. It's my understanding that the Department of Wildlife has had conversation with DFA about developing an engineering plan and a comprehensive plan for that. I have not seen it. We will commit to doing all that we can for the rest of the parks. We've got the Parks Improvement Plan. We've got the Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. We've got some different pots of money that we can begin to try to shore some of these parks back up, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I'm going to be on you about this one.
Gentlemen, I can assure you, we're putting this $71.1 million back into the general fund that we've been paying law enforcement on. This will help tremendously for our park situation.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my classmate here.
Yes, gentlemen.
I appreciate your hard work, and I've had discussions. And as you know, I too have heartburn about the park in Holmes County and the one in Washington. Gentlemen, and my concern is ARPA money. Most of these renovations was done with ARPA money and it's about to run out. Do I have your commitment that, as Chairman of Appropriation, who handles the Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks budget, that you're going to make sure that Holmes and Washington County parks are treated just like the rest of the parks that's been totally renovated?
Gentlemen, I will say that we will look at what the needs are at Holmes County Park and the other park that you're mentioning. I need to get with the department and see what their comprehensive plan is. I know that half of Holmes State Park is used for cadet training right now. So that's a different sort of animal up there. But nonetheless, gentlemen, if there are needs up there, we will certainly look at them.
And they have both parks on the comprehensive plans, but the only difference is when it goes to the money that's been expended is zero for the Washington and Holmes. So it's on the plan, but for whatever reason, no monies have been put in those two counties.
Gentlemen, as I told your seatmate over there, we were talking about a lake project down in her district yesterday. I'll be glad to get with you and let's talk about specific needs that are done up there, and I commit to you, if we have to go out to Wildlife and sit down with those folks at that time, during the course of before we get back in January, we will do that.
And I appreciate it, gentlemen. I'd rather for us to do it now and then 10 years down the road, y'all saying the park is not making money and you're trying to close, and I'd be fighting to keep it open. So I want to make sure that we're on the same footing as the rest of the state parks.
Well, gentlemen, and here again, let me say this, that the money that we are putting in additional general funds at the Department of Wildlife can only be used for parks and can only be used for the Museum of Natural Science. And we have been pulling money out of parks to pay law enforcement, and we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to shore the monies back up for the parks, okay? And then through monies to the Outdoor Trust Fund that the department can apply for, plus money that we're putting into the comprehensive parks improvement plan, we do have other pots of money that we hope will be able to shore up some of these parks like you're mentioning.
And Mr. Chairman, you wouldn't be open to a motion to recommit this and put $10 million for the Holmes County Park, would you?
I would not be open and would oppose that, classmate.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, in the North Gallery, we have the greatest district attorney in the state of Mississippi and his son, Lil Parker, observing us our work here today. Please make them feel welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen. Further interrogation. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
My good friend, I tell you, when you start passing out blessings, I want you to include Bolivar County.
Okay, and specifically Rosedale up in that area?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
And I just want to sit at the round table as well when we all get together, and I just want to have a little discussion.
I can assure you, gentlemen, and I can't assure you. I feel certain that the Department of Wildlife is listening to this debate as we debate right now, and so we will do what we can to look at all the parts comprehensively.
Thank you.
No further questions, move adoption.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey, for a question.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Chairman, when the last time you visited that park in Washington County?
When I was chairman of wildlife, and that's been about 5 years ago.
Yeah, it's in bad shape now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We can't even get families to go there now. It used to be one of our stop parks in the state. Now, we don't have facilities that families wants to go in there. That family wants to go to take their kids for recreation up there.
Right.
Is anything in this bill earmarked for Washington County?
No, nothing in this bill is earmarked for anything except we did earmark $75,000 for some road improvements inside J.P. Coleman to access a boat ramp. And let me explain a little bit of that. This access dollars, they're able to draw down dollars from federal for access, to boat ramps and things like that. And then to $75,000 for a park improvements at John Cow, which are critical needs on some property they have up there.
Now I heard that you all been planning on closing that park in Washington County.
It is, and gentlemen, we have no intent to close any state park, and that is in this legislation right here. I don't know which section, I can look it up, but it is the intent of the legislature that we shall close no state parks.
All right, but there was some talk about that one time. Well,
there was, and that's right. Been over 5+ years ago.
So, but I just want to make sure that talk is dead now.
I haven't heard that in 5 or 6 years, gentlemen.
Right, thank you.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, I was talking to my desk mate. What is the status of a public-private management approach to some of our state parks? I know we were looking at that maybe 2 or 3 years ago. What was the outcome?
Well, gentlemen, they do have, as I mentioned earlier, they do have a comprehensive parks improvement plan in place. And let me explain to that. Some of the parks that are in part of that improvement plan, they are drawing down some federal match dollars through some land and water grants and things that they have applied for. And it does not in any way, this $10 million or $8.3 million that we're putting into this plan out of capital expense does not in any shape, form, or fashion include all 27 of the state parks. So let me be clear on that. I don't want to hoodwink anybody and think that we're fixing a state park fixing to get 100,000, 2,000, 200,000 here. It's part of a plan where they're drawing down some land and water dollars and things like that.
I'm not saying that at all. I was just wondering, at one time we were looking into maybe privatizing 1 or 2 possible state parks to see what the outcome would be.
Gentlemen, I can't tell you if there's any movement on that right now. Here again, I will tell you that legislation has been in the appropriations report for the last several years, that the department does have the authority to enter into private negotiations for lease or not ownership, but lease of state parks. But to my knowledge, there's no negotiations going on with anyone at this time.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to page 2 to be item number 11. Recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, Appropriations Chairman, to explain the next 2 reports.
Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if we would, I'm going to go to Senate Bill 313013, item number 11, page 2 of the in-conference appropriations calendar, and recognize the chairman of University College, gentleman from Jones.
Gentleman from Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. This is Senate Bill 3013, appropriations for IHL student financial aid. Comes in with the final action appropriation of $7,302,895. This was a bill that we recommitted yesterday to align some financial aid and give more diversity to the Office of Financial Aid for the Winter Reed Scholarship and the Faith Scholarship, which is the foster children's scholarship that we named after our very own Mr. Kincaid. And so we got all that worked out, and I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Thank you.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you move down to item 14, Senate Bill 3022, I'd like to recognize the Chairman of Transportation, gentleman from Benton, Chairman Massengill, to handle the conference report.
Gentleman from Benton, you're recognized. Explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Office of State Aid Road Construction Bill. In this bill, we have the health insurance increase, salary progression, salary add vacancies, PERS increase, project authority for POPI. LSBP has increased from 30 to 40 million with a total of 220,345,746 as the final action. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 128, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to the general bill calendar. That'd be page 3. And look at item number 5. I recognize the lady from MIT, the Vice Chairman of Appropriations, to explain the conference report.
Lady from the MIT, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, DPS is one of the few agencies whose officer salaries are codified in statute. And so this is a $4,000 increase across the board for the officers for DPS. The chairman of Appropriations C yesterday, he actually passed the appropriations funding the salaries. And so again, this is just a $4,000 increase across the board, and it's removing Huggins. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, lady.
I move adoption.
She moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, general calendar, page 2. Item number 7, recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to explain the conference report.
Page 3, item 7. Yes, sir. You're recognized to explain the report, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senate Bill 2487. It is the Law Enforcement Officers and Firefighters Death Benefits Trust Fund. Before I get started, I would like to thank the gentleman from Harrison, Representative Grady, for his hard work on this bill. He's put in a lot of time and effort into this, and we're very grateful for him. What this bill does is it provides $150,000 to the spouse of a fallen officer who was killed in the line of duty. Additionally, it will pay $25,000 per child, up to 4 children, for an additional $100,000. So a total of $250,000 will be paid out. $15,000 for funeral expenses. The fund must stay at a minimum of $4 million, have a balance of a minimum of $4 million. These are funds derived from the specialty car tags. Anything over that, Department of Public Safety is going to set up a trust fund for fire departments, police stations, law enforcement officers to apply for grants through the Department of Public Safety for equipment for their local communities. That's an explanation of the report. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yield?
Certainly.
On the funeral expense, $15,000. Will the family get the difference if someone charges less? Will that go back to the family? you know?
The payment's going directly to the funeral home, so it would just be to pay for the cost of the funeral, whatever that may be, up to $15,000.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, that's all we have for this afternoon. Time coming up, we'll be coming bright early in the morning and ready to go. Appropriation temporary yield.
All right. Any chairman have any other report they wish to take up? I don't see anyone seeking recognition. Before we take a brief recess subject to call, I believe the chairman of rules needs to call a rules meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call a rules meeting right now.
All right. And I will entertain your motion to recess subject to call.
I would like to make a motion recess subject to call.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess subject to call of the chair. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess subject to call. Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I don't know, but it seems like we've been dealing with this same bill. What happened? Do you mind explaining what happened this time?
Talks kind of fell apart, but that's about as far as I know.
So we sent it over to the Senate.
Correct?
They sent it back.
Yeah, we suspended the rules for it yesterday on our side. It went over there. They didn't take it up. They suspended the rules on their side, brought their bill up, and now that's what I'm doing, is suspending the rules for that particular bill.
And how much longer are we going to acquiesce to what the House of Lords? I'm just curious. At some point, do you not agree with me, gentlemen?
I would agree with you, yes, sir. But
that we ought to take a stance over here against everything that we sent over there, and they destroy it and send it back to us. Just asking a question, gentlemen.
I really can't answer that, sir.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
See no further questions, gentlemen.
Move for adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 84 yeas, 33 nays, the resolution passes.
Could I get immediate release on that?
You don't need it, gentlemen. It's passed.
Okay.
The resolution is with us.
All right, I yield.
All right. I lost the gentleman from Rankin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess subject to call, see if we can get a conference report. I'm not sure about that, so I'll entertain the gentleman from Rankin.
Mr. Speaker, on SCR 549, I would like immediate release on that.
You would like
please.
immediate release. Is there objection to the immediate release? I can't hear you, gentlemen. There's no objection. We will proceed in that manner.
I would like to recess subject to call.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House will stand in recess. one report ready that we need to take up today by 4 o'clock. So I'm going to entertain the gentleman's motion from Rankin that we recess till 4 o'clock. Gentleman from Rankin.
I move that the House stand in recess until 4 o'clock.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess till 4 o'clock p.m. this afternoon. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stands in recess till 4 p.m. Let the House come back to order. I recognize the gentleman from Grenada, Chairman of Jed B. I believe he's got some suffrage bills. Let's take up real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Pike to handle the 4 suffrage bills on the general calendar, but while he's getting prepared, I have an item number, well, not a number, but House Bill 1323 we passed yesterday or the day before. I'm requesting unanimous consent on line 20 to insert the words "when the" before the word identity. That is identifying a perpetrator in the statute of limitations on vulnerable adult abuse. And I'm requesting unanimous consent to add those 2 words. And probably could have been handled at the time of compilation when the compilation committee meets, but I wanted to get it out of the way. That's House Bill 1323, request for unanimous consent before we do the suffrage bills.
Is there questions of the gentleman regarding the request? I hear no objection, gentlemen. We will make the clerical change.
Thank you. I recognize the gentleman from Pike to handle the 4 suffrage bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the general calendar, which is on page 7, I believe. Recognize the gentleman from Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, Senate Bill 3083. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Senate Bill 3083. Mr. Larry Seals, convicted of burglary and larceny in 1981, discharged in 1989. That's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll go to item number 2, Senate Bill 3222. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 3222, Mr. Robert Maxwell, embezzlement, convicted of embezzlement in 1981, discharged in 1997. That's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes.
What county is this gentleman?
Tibaha County.
Tibaha County.
That's correct.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we'd like to go to item number 3, Senate Bill 3223. Call it up to make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 3223, Mr. DeWitt Cooperwood, convicted of false pretenses in 1993, discharged in 1994. That's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
What county is this gentleman from?
He's also from Tibaha County.
Tibaha County. Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions. You move final passage?
I move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to go to item number 4, Senate Bill 3228, and we have a strike all.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, before us we have Mr. Kenneth Barnes, who's convicted of grand larceny from Walthall County, convicted of grand larceny in 1997. Convicted of grand larceny in 1997. What we've done here with this individual, his record is so old that the Department of Corrections, nor the what's it called? The NCIC could find any record of his discharge paperwork, and so because of the time period between the conviction and now, he's considered discharged.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
It's from Walthall County.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I will yield.
Do you yield?
I will.
I did hear you in your explanation. He is from Walthall County. So, gentlemen, out of all of the bills, suffrage bills, and the suffragees that we passed, the House passed, and sent to the Senate, we only came back with 4.
Well, gentlemen, the Senate took up all of our bills today, and it's my understanding that they passed out all of them with the exception of 1. However, the Senate only sent over 4.
They only sent over 4?
That's correct.
Okay. I won't be looking for those 4. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor this strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker. I move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yield the floor.
Judd B. yields. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more report that is being filed into the system. We'll be ready shortly to take up that report. All right, I believe we've got the report filed, should be online and ready. I recognize the gentleman from Choctaw, Chairman of Judd A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring before you today Senate Bill 2753. We have heard a lot about this bill in the media, and we've heard a lot of cattle ramblings and go back and forth about what was in this bill and what was not in this bill. And the integrity of this House has been questioned. The integrity of my committee has been questioned. And my integrity has been questioned. So we have an opportunity here today to set the record straight. We have an opportunity here today to get a little transparency. I think I heard that was said earlier today. A little transparency. Let's just talk about the process that this bill went through, because it's been complicated, and as you know, and everyone in this body knows, the legislative process can be cumbersome. But when this bill was initially filed and dropped, it covered cities, counties, municipalities, state agencies, and it also covered IHL and community colleges and schools. That was the original bill when it was dropped. The bill also had a section for damages. It had compensatory damages, it had declaratory damages, it had injunctive relief, and it had punitive damages. It had some teeth in that bill. That's what we like around this place. We like a little teeth in the bill. Well, the Senate passed the bill out as a SAFER Act, and when that bill had already come across, then this chamber took up the Women's Bill of Rights. So even though we took that bill up and the Senate took that bill up, we had two vehicles alive at that time, because we knew when it got passed, it had to come back. But that's not what everybody's being told, and that's not what's being said. But I can tell you, the original bill, as introduced by a member of the Senate and a member of this body, it had some teeth. Something that you can get behind, something that you can do. Well, the chairman on the other side, he ain't a committee sub. You know what that committee sub did? That committee sub limited it to colleges and universities only. But if you could hear individuals talk today, you would think it covered public schools and everything else. You would think, wouldn't you? However, he said, or someone said, I don't want to mention any names, but that person said, if I would have just passed that bill and took it to the governor, public schools would be safe. That is not true. I've got a committee sub here. I want to read the line for you. The line, and maybe some individuals need to know what line number that is. That is as passed the Senate, line 61. It said public buildings. Means any building, facility, space owned, operated, rent, or leased, or written by any agency, public university, public community, or junior college, and institutions of higher learning. I don't see public schools in there. Do y'all see public schools in there? If I would have passed that bill and I put a reverse repealer, our children from K through 12 wouldn't have any protections. But somehow we're the bad guy. Somehow we're the bad guy because we want a tough bill that provided recourse for the victims. And I'm going to get into that a little bit later. However, the main object of this goal is that we pass some legislation that protects our children in our college and IHL and community colleges, and that's what we got here today. We got some case law and some statutory law in the body right now. However, there's been a lot of talk about waiting 20 minutes before deadline. Yeah, we were busy that day. A lot of people in the body was busy. But not everyone's privy to the communications that transpired during those 2 weeks. Not everybody is privy to the communications that happened that day. But you know what? Technology is a beautiful thing. It sure is. Because I had numerous discussions with the gentleman on the other side. And we delivered a conference report not 20 minutes before. We had delivered it earlier. We had delivered it way earlier. But you know what? when we delivered it, we had discussions. And his position was, the Senate's position is IHL only. I hope the gentleman will turn that over and let other people see that communication, because it's out there. It's out there for everybody. But if you hear him talk, you would feel like he was for that position all along. Now, granted, on line 125 of that conference report that was delivered, it had public schools in it. But all day, the gentleman on the other side in our negotiation says the Senate position is IHL only. I hope we see some transparency on that communication. However, you never heard anybody talking bad about our conference report, did you? All you heard was treble damages, attorney's fees, trial lawyer. You know, there's a reason why someone went down that little rabbit hole, don't you? Because there's something out there where he is on record of only being for IHL. And it's out there, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm the bad guy. Now, I do not want my integrity questioned. We had a legislative process and we worked it through there. I do not know of anybody in this body that does not want to protect our women, our teenage daughters, or our young granddaughters, or young boys and young men for that matter as well. To make a statement like that and question the integrity of this body when he knows the legislative process, I don't know where that motive lies. Been hearing a lot about Washington, D.C. politics. Well, I can't really say a lot about that because I've never run a congressional race and lost it. But neither here nor there, we got a piece of legislation in front of this body. A body that I know is going to support it because I support it. My constituents support it. Thank you, gentlemen. However, I suspect the media hit had to come around because someone was arguing a position on IHL and his conference report said public schools. So either he didn't read his own conference report or he was being misleading. I don't know which one it is. I'll let y'all determine what that is. But we're here today to bring a piece of legislation from this body. And I apologize if you get passionate. I ain't been like this at the well. I can't recall it because I ain't never had my integrity questioned like I have. My intent is pure. I want a bill that had recourse for the victims. Because when you don't have a bill that doesn't have any recourse for the victim, it does not make the perpetrator not want to do it again. So that's why we put language in there for treble damages in our conference report. That would allow, if you got a $500 judgment, to get a $1,500 judgment. It's nothing about trial lawyers, it's about the victim. And that keeps the perpetrator from repeating offenses. That's what we want. We want to have something that makes them not want to do it anymore. So, back to the original position. Now, the original bill that was introduced, it had punitive damage, compensatory damage, declaratory. We don't have that in the bill. We had a disagreement. We could have had a gentleman's agreement. It could not have been reached, that we could have signed a conference report and recommitted it at a different time and continued to work on it. But that's not what it wanted to do. So anyway, I got a bill in front of this body, and I want to talk about it just a little bit. I do appreciate Senator Harkins. He has been very easy to work with as we move this new bill through the process. You know, I think there were some people talking on the House floor or the Senate floor about they're not going to make any changes to this bill. This bill, we're taking the bill as it is, the conference report as it is. Well, they made some changes, and I appreciate the changes. One of the changes is they deleted 80 or 90 pages of, not 80, 90 lines of legislative findings. Some case law looked like a brief. Shortened the legislative findings. And mysteriously, even though this body got or me individually got punished, mysteriously appearing in this new conference report is a provision for attorney's fees. Ain't that something? And also, they changed the definition of a public education. So I appreciate all of y'all sitting by, because we had a process that came out through here. And I'm going to go ahead and explain the report now. Basically, in a short way to say this, educational facilities, fraternities and sororities can have single-sex facilities. Thank you, lady. Single-sex facilities, boys and girls bathrooms, boys go to boys, girls go to girls, unisex, got to have a lock on the door. The damage provision is not spelled out on the compensatory. There's no protection in this report for state agencies, or cities or counties. But it is applicable to IHL community colleges and public schools. And we've had this bill in front of us. We argued it for, I don't know, I think I stood on this House floor for 2 hours arguing that bill. But from what some people are thinking and talking, you would think this body didn't want to pass it. That is not true. People can agree to disagree on subjects. The Senate is the Senate and the House is the House, and I respect both chambers. And I'm going to yield for further questions.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen, for a question.
A couple questions.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, gentlemen. And just as a personal note, I have a niece who's a college athlete in this state, so this bill is particularly important to me. You mentioned earlier, you talked about damages, financial penalties. Isn't it true that when you have a piece of legislation and you're trying to, mandate an issue, the only mechanism that you have to actually enforce that mandate is through penalties such as damages, whether they be damages, treble damages, attorney fees, or whatnot. That's correct, isn't it, gentlemen?
That's correct, gentlemen.
And the original bill, this conference report now, there are still no delineated damages, right?
That's right.
And the attorney fees that you mentioned, it doesn't say that the judge shall award attorney's fees. It just says the judge may award attorney's fees.
That's correct, gentlemen.
Right? So my niece is in her locker room on her college campus, and she's changing. She has an expectation that she can be safe from men coming into that locker room, but a man comes into the locker room because that institution has permitted it. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And under this bill, does it apply to that institution?
I don't know, gentlemen.
Anyways, so what recourse does she have? She can sue, right?
Right.
But she doesn't get anything. She doesn't get damages.
No.
All right. She might get her money back for the money she had to spend on the attorney, but she does no damages. That's correct, right?
That's right, gentlemen.
Okay. So she basically was not protected. She had to go out and find an attorney. She had to go out and spend money, hoping that a judge may one day give her these attorney fees back, sue the school, and then nothing. Right?
That's right, gentlemen.
So I do know that everybody in this body, the whole point of this bill is to protect our women and girls, to keep them safe. It's in the title, Safer Act. Is that right?
That's right, gentlemen.
Our bill, your position, the lady from Hines' position, we had, like you said, teeth in our position.
That's right.
I know someone from the other side said they wanted to do the right thing, right? And, you know, trial lawyers were trying to make money. Isn't that correct?
That's
I believe
right.
I saw that somewhere. I don't know.
The same person also said the bill only applied to IHL, but I get what you're saying, gentlemen.
Right. So IHL maybe, but not K through 12.
That's right.
But even when it applies to IHL, there are no real protections.
No, right. You cannot sue any of the county, cities. Well, I mean, in this bill, you can't sue any of the public schools or any of the community colleges or universities. No.
I appreciate that we're taking a step forward in this, gentlemen. Does it go into effect on July 1st?
Let me see, gentlemen. I thought the last one we had was effective upon passage, but let's see. It's passage, gentlemen.
Thank you. So it passes today. My niece will be no more safe tomorrow than she is today. Isn't that correct?
Gentlemen, I'm certainly know that we need to pass something to provide, and I think this is a step in the right direction, but I'm definitely concerned with what you just said, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen, for doing the right thing and trying to actually fight for women and girls in this state.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you for your soliloquy and giving us information about an individual who is also on the Medicaid subcommittee and won't do the right thing. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
My question to you, gentlemen, is if an individual is born with a penis and they have a sex change, which bathroom do they go to?
They have to go to the bathroom with what they were born with.
And that's...
If you were born a male, you would go to the male bathroom. If you were a female, you would go to the female bathroom or the unisex bathroom.
So that means you would have an individual who's had a sex change go to a male bathroom who is
Gentlemen,
female.
we're going to require that.
I'm just asking.
Yes, gentlemen, however you were born, boy or girl, whichever chromosome, whatever your DNA was, that's the room you're going to have to go to, or you got to go to the unisex bathroom.
But would that violate this SAFER Act?
Basically, the SAFER Act says you go to the bathroom that you were born with, a male or a female. So if you look like a girl, you got to go, and you look like a girl, and now you're a boy, you go to the bathroom that you were born with.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness, he passes. Gentleman from Tibahaw, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Who's going to be policing this?
The Attorney General has...
No. If an individual had a sex change, are you going to be policing to make...
I'm not going to be policing, gentlemen, because I'm not going to be at the public school or the community college.
Checking to see the anatomy of individuals walking in. I'm just curious.
Gentlemen, we're going to go with what the bill says, and it's going to be up to the K-12 and the community college to...
But you said this bill had teeth.
I didn't exactly say that, gentlemen. I said there was a bill. Throughout my presentation, I referred to 3 different bills. This bill is not as strong as it could be, but it's better than nothing, and I think we need to go ahead and pass this legislation because we're going to have, with all the other challenges that are going forward, I think this will allow a framework and allow at least a legislative intent from this body.
I just want to see a show of hands of those who will be policing these things as they come around, because I don't want to police it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate the question.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I had a few questions, but I was looking at the other 3 versions of the bills and the amendments and all of that, so bear with me while I go through this. But the first thing I want to ask is, can you define what a family changing facility is?
Give me just a second, gentlemen.
A family changing room, line 103.
Line 103?
I'm sorry, 106, my apologies.
I'm at the right one. No, I'm looking, I got the wrong one. Hold on. All right, let's move it. Hold on a second. All right. All right, I got it. 106. All right, I'm sorry, gentlemen. There's been so many conference reports on this bill. I've got so many different versions of it, and there's been so many different stories on what's in and out of this bill. I had to keep them all up here on this well, and I'm on my 4th or 5th one, and so I think I got the right report in front of me. Which line are you talking about, gentlemen?
Okay, it's going to be line 106. It says a single-sex or family-use changing facility.
Okay, you go to line 78 in the bill, and it says, a room intended for a single occupant or a family in which one or more persons may be in a state of undress, including but not limited to a dressing room, locker room, changing room, or a shower room that is enclosed floor to ceiling, walls, and accessed by a full door with a secure lock that prevents another individual from entering while the changing facility is in use.
Thank you, gentlemen. I don't know many colleges that have something like this. If we're talking about a locker room, I don't understand.
Well, gentlemen, there are already on college campuses restrooms for boys and restrooms for girls. And, I can't speak for all of them where they have a unisex or one of those. It's not mandated. It's just basically saying you got to have one or the other, or you got to have a unisex, a single sex or family use. Basically what we're looking for is, you have someone that has a young child. They have to take that. They have a little child that's a boy and it's a female, or the guy. That way that person can enter that restroom for them. And I think there's some exceptions over later in the bill that said 12 and under.
So this is more so for public buildings versus schools when we talk about that line.
This bill is just for public schools, IHL, and community colleges.
Thank you. Next question is private enforcement, line 155. There's some language on line 164 saying no private cause of action against a public school, state agency, public university, so-and-so, so-and-so. So is this saying that these public entities cannot be sued?
That is exactly what this bill does, gentlemen. You cannot sue any of the individuals, the school or the bathrooms. The only person that you're allowed to sue in this bill would be the perpetrator, okay, or the individual that's violating the bathroom. That was the reason why we insisted that it would be a deterrent to have higher damages, but we're not going to let that get in the way. We have a new bill that's before us right now, and I am going to vote for this bill. And I'm going to ask that the body, because we need to be thinking about the women and the children and the effects of what we're doing moving forward, and put the politics aside.
And so when we talk about teeth being in the bill, now if the perpetrator has nothing that the person can gain, how does this help them if they cannot sue? Now we're the state, we're making the law. We're saying that we're going to hold our public buildings accountable to this standard. But if it's violated, you got to go sue the person. If the person has nothing to lose, what kind of relief can we give to the victim?
Well, gentlemen, it's been a lot spoken about that, but in this bill, the victim's relief just says it may bring a violation of this act through the parent, friend, or guardian. It doesn't really clarify what type of damages you can receive. It doesn't really clarify injunctive relief. You know what an injunction is, ladies and gentlemen? That's when you can get a court order to keep that person from going back into that facility. None of that's actually defined in the bill.
Okay. Next question, line number 170, Attorney General Enforcement. So when we talk about Attorney General Enforcement, what exactly would be the role of the Attorney General in this case?
Hold on, gentlemen. Well, since you can't sue the public school, state agencies, public university, I would believe the intent of that language would be that the Attorney General would try to enforce that against those entities. The Attorney General wouldn't be suing the perpetrator or the person that went in the wrong bathroom. But, it's really not that clear, gentlemen.
So, gentlemen, this, and I'm going to take my seat shortly, but this bill reminds me of one that we just finished talking about that came from the Senate, which is the Medicaid expansion bill. So it's a bill that really doesn't do what it's supposed to do. There's no penalties here, as we said. So it's like deja vu from yesterday. But thank you so much for your work on this, gentleman.
Thank you. I appreciate your questions.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Certainly.
It just dawned on me that there are two questions I have in the back of my mind. And number one is, has there been an incident that prompted the need for this particular type of legislation?
Gentlemen, I've heard that there have been several instances of this.
Say you've heard, now this is not
Well,
fair.
I've been made aware by other members in this body that some assaults have happened in bathrooms, that we've had individuals trying to go into the other bathroom. And so it has been an issue across the state, I can say that. And I know that I've had several members that have come up to me and discussed it, gentlemen. And I think a lot of our public schools want to be able to have some type of policies in our community colleges and our IHL. That way they can do it as well. So that's the intent of this bill. We're going to give them some statutory language that would allow them to do that.
I understand that.
And that's what the purpose of the bill is.
All right, the next concern is, will there be any funding associated with this bill, since it's going to take some money to renovate these various changes in the schools, such as changing bathrooms and all that?
I'm not aware of any school that has solely unisex bathrooms. All of them have boys' bathrooms. All of them have girls' bathrooms.
No,
when I attended Mississippi State University, they had boys' bathrooms and girls' bathrooms. I haven't heard of any public school that have different types of bathrooms, so there shouldn't be any cost associated with it.
I'm saying, is any funds in this bill for them to use?
No, I think they've already got their bathrooms identified, gentlemen. I don't think it's going to cost them anything just to make sure they go to the right one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Certainly.
So we're protecting who, again, in this bill?
It's not protecting, well, what we're doing is just basically what we're doing in this bill is we're going to make sure boys go to boys, girls go to girls, unisex. You know, and I appreciate your question, and I think I know where you're going with it, because we had this conversation several times when I handled the bill on the floor for 2 hours.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned some situations where there was a perpetrator that went into the restrooms and that kind of thing, right? Are you suggesting that all members of the transgender community are perpetrators?
I am not making any type of suggestion, gentlemen. All I'm saying is you would have an individual that's either a boy or a girl going into the opposite bathroom. It would be a violation of this statute. You have some individuals that are going in there claiming to be a transgender, but going in there for different reasons, which would be lascivious desires. And so that is what part of this bill is there for as well, is to ensure that we have individuals that go into the right bathroom.
Okay, one final question, Mr. Chairman. So you just said claiming to be, but what if they are a transgender person and they are in the proper restroom as a result of being transgender? Are they penalized on this?
Under this legislation, they're going to have to go to the restroom or facility with how they were born, or they will have to go to a unisex bathroom.
So who protects that person? So if a transgender person goes into the restroom of which they was assigned at birth, who protects them?
Gentlemen, what we're doing here is just saying you got to go to the bathroom where what you were born with, whether you were a boy or a girl, or find a unisex bathroom. I know you have some concerns about that. You've spoken to me privately about it as well, your concerns, and they're well taken, but the piece of legislation we have in front of this body today is going to require that they go to the bathroom from which they were born with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, we got plenty of questions. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, you were very concerned about the mens rea of this and the intent part of this. Were you able to get the intentional act as opposed to the accidental act of the mens rea part of this, or not?
No, gentlemen. Basically, as you heard or was aware on the other side, that this was a bill that they were not going to compromise on, that we were going to take it like it is on this bill, and I'm glad they did make some changes. I appreciate Senator Harkins, or the gentleman from Rankin over on the other side, for what he has done to do some things to alleviate this. What we're going to do is, what I plan on trying to do, or what we're going to do is pass this bill this year, and then hopefully we can come back next year and put some more teeth in it, and after we have almost a year data. But I had your concerns as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly, lady.
I have two questions. My first one is, are you aware or in the process of this bill, do the colleges and universities have a policy on this currently that they use?
I'm not aware if they've got a policy already, but if we pass this legislation, actually, I'm glad you asked that question, because the original bill that was dropped in this House by both members of each side actually had required them to get a policy and procedure and report it to, I think, DFA, if that's my requirement. I think my recollection was that in the bill. There's nothing in this bill that requires them to do that, but what I suspect will happen is each university, community college will see this legislation, and once it's signed by the governor, that they will adopt their policies accordingly.
Okay, so they will adopt their own policies under IHL.
Yeah, they'll have to adopt it to what's in this law right here.
Okay, my next question is in regards to the protection. If you have a transgender person, let's say a male, who has the surgery to become...
And I want to say this, I may have misspoke. I just think it says they have to abide by the law. I don't think this bill right here is going to make them adopt any policy. I think that was in an original bill, but not in this bill.
Okay, so it'll be left up to each university, or it's going to be, they're going to have to come up with their own policy?
Under the original bill, they would have had to adopt a policy. Under this bill, they will have to follow the law, and they not follow the law, then they're, we'll just have to address that issue as we move forward. If we find out that certain colleges, universities, IHL are not abiding by this statute, we'll do what we can and, try to put some more teeth in it.
Okay, and my next question is, thank you for that. My next question is, if we have a transgender person, a male who has the surgery to become a female, and they go into the male restroom, because this bill will say that's what they were born under, what protects them? Because now they go in and they look like a lady, so they're gonna have on lipstick, they're gonna have the full, so how does this
basically, we're getting real technical here, but let's just say someone had the surgery that was a boy and now a girl, and they go in the boy's bathroom. You may have it opposite, and someone sued them and filed an action against them. All they would have to do is say, this is you could do a DNA test and show what chromosomes you had, or you could probably show your birth certificate whether you're male or female, and they wouldn't be able to be prosecuted because they would be abiding by what's in the back bill.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Would the chairman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, just help me understand a little bit. We suspend the rules to bring out a conference report that don't have any teeth, as you said. So why?
Well, I don't say it ain't got teeth. It didn't have as much teeth as wanted in certain areas, but we got a framework to move forward. We got some individuals that are claiming that it may do more than it does, but it's a good start. I'll put it to you like that.
And why was it so imperative that we do it this session?
Well, gentlemen, a lot of our constituents have reached out to members in this body. There's been those individuals that have had incidences across the state. At the end of the day, regardless of how it happened and what happened to the bill, and even though both bodies disagree, I think I can say, and personally say, a lot of members in this body want to make sure we have something rather than nothing.
And gentlemen, you've been following this issue pretty closely.
I have, gentlemen.
Okay. And you know that from D.C., they've just recently announced that they are changing Title IX to take in transgender. You've heard about that?
I have, gentlemen.
And also saw on news last night where our Attorney General is ready to file a lawsuit, correct?
That's right. I think she made it.
Right now, we don't have standing.
Well, gentlemen, after we pass this legislation right here, I feel like that will help strengthen the case of any Attorney General that files it.
But right now, we don't have standing.
I'm not going to get into whether we have standing or not. All I'm going to do with this body is draft some or pass some legislation, then we'll let the lawyers in court deal with the rest of it.
And the way I see it, gentlemen, right now we passing this legislation for the sole purpose of giving our Attorney General the authority to file a lawsuit against the United States of America.
I disagree. I think you're filing this that way our schools and high schools and our colleges and community colleges, when they enforce this to make individuals go to the correct restroom facility based upon this law, that it would not open them up to a lawsuit because they would be abiding by state law.
Mr. Chairman, we went to law school together and we took civil procedure.
Yes, sir, Jim.
I know you had a good civil procedure.
I haven't said learned attorney yet, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. I know you're a learned attorney.
You had a good civil procedure professor, and in order for us to file a lawsuit, we have to have some law that we're defending, and that's this law. But let me move on. I guess my frustration is, when are we going to stop spending millions and millions of dollars of our taxpayers' money for the sole purpose of getting in these Washington, D.C. political fights? We're trying to do Medicaid, we're trying to educate our kids, our roads are crumbling, but we're spending millions of dollars every year to get in political fights that really don't affect our people.
Gentlemen, I'm going to agree to disagree with what you're saying. I think there's a large amount of individuals across this state, both Republican and Democrat, that support this bill, and that is why we're here. We're here to make the decisions, and then we're here to face the consequences of that lawsuit. If the voters feel like we're wasting the taxpayer money, then we will not be back. Our picture will come off the wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
certainly, Jim.
I have a question for you. So if you have transformed and you were in a restaurant that had a male and female bathroom, but inside of those bathrooms they had individual stalls. You walked into the bathroom, you look like a woman, you walk like a woman, you walk into those individual stalls. Who gonna know you not what you are claiming to be?
Well, it could be difficult to determine that, gentlemen. But if someone realizes that they're not, or they're going into that restroom with lascivious desires and desires other than because of some transformation, then they would be subject to this lawsuit or this statute, or at least the victim's family or someone would have a cause of action.
So wouldn't you have to have proof that that person is different? I'm in a large bathroom. No, correction. You're in a large bathroom in an individual stall that has a door on it, and you're using that bathroom. Who knows if you male or female?
You'd have to be in the bathroom to know, and I'm not in there, and we can set up examples after examples of what might and what could happen. But if I were the attorney taking the case, what I would do is I would sue the individual that went into that bathroom. I would request a copy of that birth certificate and or driver's license or private things. I would enter that into evidence and allow the court to make a determination on whether or not that person violated this act, and hopefully get attorney's fees.
Lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones.
Gentlemen, do you yield?
Certainly.
I heard you mention to the gentleman from Hinds County that there were several incidents. Can you be a little bit more specific? Is there any report that you have received from any entity that says this is X amount of reports that you've received? Can you produce anything that gives a specific number?
I did have a lady actually
Just one lady?
No. It was a school board member had actually direct messaged me down from the
Just
coast.
one?
No. I've had several more. And I know you're trying to look for specific events, but I've had several people that have reached out to me, with regard to this legislation as it's gone through. And
several? What is several? Does that mean one? Does that mean 300? Does that mean 30? What is several?
I probably had at least over 10 people that have reached out to me about that.
Is there any specific report? Did they report it to the police?
I can't recall.
Did they file any court case?
All right, lady, let me answer one. You can ask as many questions you want. I'll stand up here and take every question that you got because we are a body of decorum. Mm-hmm. Okay, and we're not going to. I'm going to sit here and take the questions. I can't answer that. I have a specific police report. I have individuals from the coast that have told me. I've had some individuals from Rankin, I think, that have told me that they've had incidents, and then I think I've had individuals that have reached out to me with regard to certain community colleges and IHO that don't have any way to enforce the policy. And what this bill is going to do is allow that to happen.
So when those individuals mentioned to you those incidents, did they not go any further places to report them to the police or anything? Did they not feel any way threatened?
Nobody has done that for me. People have reached out that these happened several months ago, and I don't know whether or not they reported it to the police or not.
So would it not be incumbent upon you to at least follow up to say that, well, at least let me get a little bit more reporting to have teeth into your reporting that you're about to present to
I think the people of the state of Mississippi want this bill. I think the overwhelming majority of the constituents or the members of this body have reached out to them to support this bill. I've had several individuals reach out to me based off misinformation lately, and I think I've had my cell phone number posted on several boards with a lot of innuendo and speculation and half-truths, which I think I alluded to earlier in this presentation. So if I put all those phone numbers down and all that, and I may have a lot more than that, lady, but I think there's an overwhelming support for this legislation. This body passed the legislation. I think this bill is a lot better than the bill that was sent over here by the Senate the first time that only applied to IHL. This one does apply to public schools. But if you were listening in the media, you wouldn't know that right now.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
And I mean social media as well. Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the chairman, yield.
And this is definitely a learned gentleman.
Thank you, sir.
How long have you been in the House, gentlemen?
This is my 45th session. Thank you all. Thank you all. I hope that the questions I have for you are friendly questions. How much of the House position is reflected in this conference report?
There is a lot of similarity in this bill than what the House conference report sent over. We actually had some language in there that dealt with intentional acts, because what we didn't want is some individual that accidentally went into the wrong bathroom and couldn't tell to be prosecuted under this bill. Anybody, if you accidentally go into the back restroom on accident, you can actually be sued under this bill. We did a statute of limitations, and of course we had the damages, the treble damages with the attorney's fees. And
would you say as much as 80% of the House position is reflected in the report?
I don't know, gentlemen. The conference report was brought to me very quick. There are a lot of similarities. I think we've got an overwhelming good portion of this bill on a House position. What's been made, the statements that have been out there on social media and other things, has really been the biggest part that's blown up. But as you know, when they said this bill died, individuals posted on social media acting like I just didn't even present a report to them.
Okay.
This House presented a report, and I'd like to thank the ladies that helped me on it. But want to just go ahead and pass this, I just want to go ahead and pass this bill, and we're not going to get into how much of the House position and the Senate position, because I think we just need to move forward.
But you do believe that the Senate wanted a bill?
Yes, I do.
They did want a bill, but in the end, they dictated the terms and the provisions of the conference report.
Well, I certainly think certain individuals wanted to take a pot shot at the House and try to dictate how it was to go, and went to the media, and I think I explained earlier why I think that occurred. But at the end of the day, we're going to have a piece of legislation that we can move forward, that colleges and universities can go with.
And you are certain about that at the end of the day we will have a bill?
If it passes this body today, gentlemen, I'm pretty confident that the Senate on the other side will pass it as well.
Okay. Because my question is, if you, as a House member, as a conferee, if you are negotiating with the Senate, and the Senate really doesn't want a bill, they control the terms of the negotiations.
Well, in certain days, I really don't want to go down that road, gentlemen. I want to stick with the purpose of this bill, because we're a house of decorum. And I think we're going to sit here and pass a piece of legislation for the body of the state of Mississippi, and I think we've had enough grandstanding on this, and I think we just need to move forward.
Okay, because my reference is to the Medicaid expansion bill. If you're negotiating with somebody who really doesn't want to have a bill, they control the negotiation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, wouldn't you agree that everybody in this body understands the difference between a male and a female?
Yes.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree, for the most part, we all touch and agree on everything for the good of the people in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is how this body is assembled, and in a perfect world, I think that's right.
Okay. Now, when I'm looking at this and I'm reading into it, the sticking point to me is we know what a male and female is. But gentlemen, are you familiar in 1957 with the Little Rock Nine?
I'm not, gentlemen.
With the Little Rock Nine, with the 9 African Americans who segregated the school for the betterment of all African Americans.
Oh, okay. Yes, gentlemen.
In the state?
Yes.
Right? During that
Yes.
time. Okay. We're not going to put no money into some of these universities, colleges, and some of the public schools that's already low when it comes to income and economic outputs for them.
Gentlemen, I'm glad you said that, because I just got inspired.
Okay.
Because we putting some money in some schools this year, and we kept the same name on the bill. We had to change the name of the bill. I'm glad we got the SAFER Act here and we didn't change the name, because I think that's great. I think I've been inspired all session. I think the gentleman in Rock-Tibby Hall has done a great job, and I applaud my speaker for standing firm in changing this education formula. But thank you. We did put more money in public schools. And I know another body that didn't want to do it, but they came around at the end.
So I am so glad that you got so many strong men in here that they are intimidated when a person have the ability. And another thing I'm going to ask you, when it comes to that issue with that person reached out to you on the Gulf Coast, are you aware that that person who reached out to you, they was going after a young man who identified as a woman, who was a kid, that was dressing as a female for that entire year, and they did not want that person to graduate with a dress on? That's what that was about.
I'm not aware, gentlemen.
But I'm telling you what it was about.
I don't have a reason to doubt what you say.
All right, and
you've always been straight with me, and you always talk. We've always had good communication.
My thing is this, and I'm going to go here, all right? And I'm going to be done. It just baffles me that we got things that we can do to improve the state of Mississippi for all people. For all people. But we get so hung up on something that's national politics. Because, yes, I understand your heart. I understand your will and your tenacity and your determination to make it right, to make safe for young women, safe for young men. But is this the right time to be doing this when we already at a deadline? We passed the deadline, and then you're going back and forth. I understand you got your integrity in question, which should never question your integrity. But don't you know we have people who fought, bled, and died? And you got families who killing themselves for their people, young people, their kids to go get these surgeries. Because I may not agree with them. I may not agree with them at all, but it's not my job to criticize them, how they live their life. We got some people around here who I'd be skeptical going into a bathroom with. You see what I'm saying?
I can't speak to that, gentleman.
But I'm going to say that. So let's be very mindful, gentlemen, of the stuff that we push. So let's clean our own house up. Thank you, gentlemen.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. I don't see any further questions. You're recognized. You're recognized to close on the bill. I'm sorry. We got more interested interrogators now. Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Absolutely.
Y'all hush up back there. Gentlemen, I do not mean to question your Christianity, but let me ask you one thing. Do you believe in God?
I absolutely do. I believe Jesus Christ died for our sins.
Do you believe that God created mankind? Do you believe that God created man and woman?
I do, gentlemen.
You do. Fair enough. I have nothing else to say about this bill. God created man and God created woman. God did not create transgender people. That was their own decision. It was not God's decision. Thank you for this bill, sir.
And this bill is that we got back. It's about the children in public schools and IHL as well.
Let's have order. Let's have order. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner, for what purpose? Gentleman from Holmes, he passes. All right, gentlemen, I don't see any further ones seeking recognitions. You're recognized to close on the bill.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final adoption of the conference report. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 85 yeas, 29 nays, the report is adopted. All right, I think that concludes our work. Has there been any report filed that I'm not aware of that a chairman needs to take up? Anything need recommitted? All right. Lee informs me they will be ready to file the rest of the appropriations reports tonight, and we will begin taking those up in the morning at 9 o'clock. We should get through those pretty quick. I don't know of any other bills that are laying out there other than those. You have 3 reports, gentlemen, in Judd B. Why are we not surprised? All right, we'll see where we get on those, but most of our work is fairly done. I am understanding with the suspension resolution that we passed concerning the session, it looks like we will most likely have to be here Saturday morning in and out for anyone to hold a motion. So I do plan on us recognizing our staff tomorrow. Before we conclude the session tomorrow, even though we're going to have to come in Saturday morning, I plan on us doing that tomorrow, hopefully. We need to, I'm going to make you aware of it now, and we will have, we'll put boxes out tomorrow and take it up. But be prepared tomorrow to contribute to our tips, if you will, for our porters. service folks for the session. We normally do that, so y'all help us with that. I'll try to get some containers up on both sides tomorrow so that we can do it and take that up and present that to them on Saturday when we leave. So be mindful of that and bring a little cash tomorrow to help with that. Are there any other announcements? Announcements by the clerk's office? Announcements by any member? Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre. Y'all give the gentleman your attention.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On yesterday's calendar, item number under general.
We can't hear the gentleman. Please give us your attention. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Yesterday, on yesterday's calendar, in the in-conference general bills, item number 21, Senate Bill 2792. I'd like to hold it on a motion.
Thank you, gentlemen. Notify the chairman, please, if it's not yours. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask today that we stand in solidarity with all the universities across this nation. And I'm sure we've heard on the news numerous of times that the police and what they're going through now, trying to get the students under control and things of that magnitude. So I just want to make sure that we pray for the universities across this country.
Thank you, gentlemen, for reminding us of that. Troubled times for sure. Thank you. Gentleman from Walthall, Mr. Pygott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. German and
You're recognized.
Thank you.
Please give the gentleman your attention. He's adjourning in memory.
I'd like to adjourn.
Please give him your attention.
I'd like to adjourn in memory of Talmadge McNair, who passed away May the 1st. That's the grandfather of Taylor McNair. Keep her family in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. All right. I don't see any further ones seeking recognition. I'll recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until the last conference report has been filed, at which time the Journal will reflect that the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is that the Journal remain open until the last conference report is filed. Then the House will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House will stand adjourned.